In today's speed build, I'm going to start off at Sudsy Cove's entrance. I decided to work front to back on this island because on StardewILE I did the opposite. I worked back to front and quickly ran out of space. So I'm hoping that by completely reversing everything on Sudsy Cove that I won't have that same problem. So this is the area that I'm going to work on today, and also I wanted to let you guys know my theme for Sudsy Cove. So I'm gonna do a vintage laundry theme. I'm super excited about this theme. I don't think anyone out there in the YouTube and Animal Crossing world is quite doing this theme, so I'm hoping that it catches on, and I hope that you guys like it. And not only that, now my island name kind of makes more sense. Sudsy Cove, because you know, laundry and soap suds. Makes sense, right? Alright, so here I am. I've done some terraforming here. So this is the overall shape. Terraforming and waterscaping, and now I'm just going to start decorating this area. So I hope you guys enjoy this video. Grab a snack, grab a drink. It's not too long, but I will check in with you guys in a little bit. So once I place this wash tub here, I quickly realized I'm stuck. So what did I have to do? I had to call rescue services. Yeah, moderation is key is what they told me. Thanks, rescue services. Did you know that they charge 100 Nook miles every time you have to call them? Like, why? Can you believe that? Yeah, so I feel like I'm gonna have to call them quite a bit because I always get myself stuck like in stupid situations. All right, so I'm just gonna continue decorating. Here I'm just planting some flowers and pumpkins. So I just kind of want to talk about this island and just to kind of let you know. So look at how good that looks. Yeah, so I just want to kind of let you guys know about like the color theme and everything that I'm gonna go for. So StardewILE, I fell in love with yellow in this game, and for this island I'm in love with browns and greens, so I'm gonna stick to browns and greens and whites mostly. That's why I've got a lot of green mums and a lot of white flowers, but I am going to do color in some areas as well. And I have specifically chosen my villagers, mostly, actually all of them, for their exterior. But not only that, they're so freaking cute. Like, look at Melba. She's new to Stardew. Oh my god, I said StardewILE. She's new to Sudsy Cove because I felt like Aussy's actually also new on Sudsy Cove as well. So these two were the last two houses that I placed on Sudsy Cove. So I basically already have 6 of my dreamies on this island. And yeah, so I only have 4 people to leave, and then I'm gonna have everybody, so I'm super excited about that. But yeah, so I went for house exteriors this time rather than like villagers, but they're also super cute. I mean, look at Callie, and like, look at Melba. I mean, she's so cute. They're both so cute. All right, so I'm just going to continue decorating. I hope you guys are enjoying the video so far. Please let me know, leave a comment below. What do you guys think of my vintage laundry theme for this island? Let me know what you guys think. So there's Dena. She's also new to Sudsy Cove, and her house exterior is so perfect for my island, just like Callie's. So I can't wait to actually start decorating this island, and that's why I was super excited to do this entrance first and just kind of keep going from here. I'm loving my entrance so far. Like, look at the greens, and that's why I wanted pears for this island, because I'm gonna just stick mostly to the pear trees and to the saplings, and maybe do a couple of cedar trees. I'm not quite sure, but we'll see about that. But yeah, and that's why I wanted to move to September, because look at the color of the trees. Don't they look amazing? And the grass isn't too green or too brown either. Yeah, so that's my thought process behind this. So I'm just gonna quickly customize this tiny library, place it, move it over, and take a look at this. I'm so excited. I hope you guys are still super excited about my new island, and that you guys will come along on this entire journey with me. So just after planting that pumpkin, I am done with Sudsy Cove's entrance. So here it is. And I also wanted to quickly show you my flyover. I'm super excited about this video and how it actually turned out in the end. So the first thing I'm going to do is open up my Island Designer app so I can board up this river back here. And I'm going to fast forward me doing that. And right here, I'm at Resident Services, just trying to figure out where the middle is, because I want to terraform back here. I want to do a waterfall and build a bridge up on the second level. So that's what I'm going to work on here. So I hope you guys enjoy this video. Grab a drink, grab a snack, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. this is the space I've reserved for a ramp, and this is where Callie's house is gonna go. This is the terraforming and waterscaping that I've done. I'm so happy that I was able to do a sunken waterfall lake. I wanted to do one on StardewILE, but I ran out of room. So here I am. I'm just gonna place my ramp. I'm gonna pay this little guy, and then I'm gonna place Callie's house. And then I realized that her house is probably too close to the edge, and I don't like that straight edge. So I end up, after I placed it, realizing that I don't like it, because here I am just mapping it out. I don't know what I was thinking here, putting it so close to the ledge, but I end up moving it and then moving it back to where I want to. So I'm gonna end up placing it here, and then I'll move forward and show you guys where exactly I moved it to. And then I fixed that straight edge. I was going to call it a rounded edge, but I fixed that straight edge there and gave it just a little bit more character. So there's Callie's house in the background. That's exactly where I want it. And now I'm just going to continue decorating. So I hope you guys are enjoying this video. Please leave a comment down below. Let me know what you guys think so far, and let me know what you think. Does Callie have the best house exterior in the game? Let me know what you guys think. if you guys noticed or not, but there's a gap in between the silo and Callie's house, and I absolutely hated that. So here I am using the standee that's decorated as a white picket fence, and this is just genius. I think, like, not me being a genius using this, but I think this design of the standee is just genius. This matches Callie's house perfectly. I'm so happy that I found this design, and so here I am just fixing it up. I don't like using the fencing because there's that gap, like you can't push the stuff right up against the fence, and that really irritates me. So that's why with these standees, I think that they are amazing, and I'm so happy with the addition of the standees in the game. Definitely a game changer. So I'm almost done, I think, decorating Callie's house. I'm just gonna add my vintage laundry items, and then I'm pretty much done. Okay, so Callie's house is all done, so let's go check it out. In today's speed build video, I'm going to be decorating Walker's house. But before we get started in the video, look at my knees. Oh my god, I love this game and all of the details. So this here is Callie's house. She runs the pumpkin patch on Sudsy Cove, and right here beside her is where Walker is going to run his vintage plant shop. So I did a lot of this terraforming when I did Callie's speed build. All I did was extend the cliff a little bit just so that I have enough space for Walker's house and for all of the decorations. I also did right there kind of behind and to the left, I did decorate that area off camera as well. And here I'm just going to start off on the left hand side of Walker's house and create his little plant shop. So I hope you guys enjoy this video. Grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. Okay, did you notice my man Walker sitting there when I was going into resident services to grab his house? I mean, the cutest, right? And look at this sweetheart Melba. I can't with these villagers sometimes. They are the sweetest. All right, so here I am just buying some turnips so that I can eat them, to pick up and plant the trees around Walker's house. And I'm just going to carry on decorating. So I hope you guys are enjoying the video and your snacks and your drinks and the music. So as I was decorating Walker's house, I realized that I'm using a lot of brown tones, but his roof is black. And then I thought maybe I should put Aussy's house here. They're very similar, but Aussy's house has a brown roof. And so I thought maybe that would go better with the brown accents. But then I wanted to use black flowers, and that wouldn't go with Aussy's house. Like, this is my thought process as I'm playing and doing this build. But in the end, I actually love how Walker's house turned out, and I'm really happy that I decided to keep Walker's house here rather than switching it for Aussy, because I have other plans for Aussy later on. But yeah, so you guys let me know. Let me know what you think. Should I keep Walker's house here, or should I switch it to Aussy's house? The cliff area on either side of this staircase or this ramp actually gave me a lot more trouble than I thought that it would. So here I am placing this clothesline here, and at first I thought it looked really good, but when I came back to this spot and took pictures, it looked really closed in. So I did make changes to this after I had finished filming the video, but I did film the updated version of this space, so you will definitely see that at the end of the video. Once I plant this Cosmo, I'm basically done. So here it is. Here is Walker's vintage plant shop on Sudsy Cove. In today's speed build video, I'm going to be making a curved land bridge. If you guys are not new to my channel, you know how much I love land bridges, that on my old island I had two. So no island of mine would be complete without a land bridge. So this is the area that I'm going to be working on. So my whole thought process here was I wanted the land bridge to run alongside, not alongside, but to start off beside Walker's house and run kind of behind his house. And that would then lead to our Sudsy Cove's shopping district. I almost said StardewILE. But yeah, so this is going to eventually lead to Sudsy Cove shopping district. And I wanted to do a curved one because on StardewILE I had the two land bridges and they were just like straight on. So I wanted to do something a little bit different. So this video is a lot of terraforming and a lot of waterscaping. It definitely wasn't easy, but I love how it turned out. And I know I say that about all of my videos, that I love how everything turns out, but like I do. And it's okay to say that, right? That like I love how everything is turning out. So a lot of this terraforming here is me just breaking into this cliff that's on the right hand side. This was the natural cliff that was on this island when I first picked it. So I'm going to break into it quite a bit and cut out all of the stuff that's not necessary in this video. but I am going to keep all of the terraforming to show you how I shaped this land bridge. So it's not too long, but grab a snack, grab a drink, enjoy the music, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. So here is the shape of the land bridge. As you can see, it goes to the right and then it goes to the left and then it kind of straightens up. So now what I'm going to do, I just keep checking and running back and forth on the actual land bridge, because these, like this, what I'm doing here, this terraforming, I want to be able to see it while I'm walking on the land bridge. So I'm just making modifications as I go. So here, now we can see it. So I think I have the general shape of it all done. So now I can start my waterscaping. Now this was a challenge. Like I thought the terraforming was a challenge. No way. Because, okay, so you know when you round out a ledge, it rounds out. But the water doesn't round out. It stays square like that. And I hate that. I don't know about you guys, but I totally hate that square edge. So my land bridge is all curved. So it took forever to waterscape like the edge of it. And it was so frustrating. Oh, and then I almost gave up. I was like, no wonder why, you know, doing this straight on one is so much easier, because it's just straight on. But like, I wanted to do something different. So that's why I did it this way. And I struggled through, because it was definitely a struggle. Like, look at this here. Like, why, Nintendo? Why? Like, why are you making life so difficult? But anyways, so I'm just going to carry on. I'm going to continue waterscaping and making these little floating islands so that I can decorate those later on. So I hope you guys are enjoying the video still and enjoying your snacks and your drinks. And that's all. Thank you for watching. So the waterscaping on the right hand side of the land bridge is done. I have this one floating island here, and then I was like, I can't jump across. I can't. So I had to extend this here, which I will break into after. And then I've got these two stepping stones, or stepping stones, and then that takes us to the back little water or floating island. All right, so now it's time to waterscape the left hand side. So that's what I'm doing here. And again with the curves and the squares. But yeah, so I decided to do a few floating islands on this side as well. And I'm almost done with all the waterscaping, so then we can start decorating. Yes, I'm so excited. All right, so this is what the left-hand side looks like. So I've got 3 floating islands here, and this takes us right back to the land bridge. Here's a quick look at my map so you can see what the curved land bridge looks like, and let's do a walkthrough in real time. And now it's time to start decorating those floating islands. So this one here, I'm turning it into a laundry shower. And then I'm just gonna continue decorating the area, and then I will decorate on the actual land bridge as well. So once I move this all around, it's basically done. So when I was doing the pathing for the land bridge, my thought process was those steps, and it looks like you continue walking up. And then when I came back to it, I hated it. So I scrapped the whole thing, I kicked it all up, and I just used the old brick path for the whole thing. And then I made other little modifications. So let's check out the completed land bridge. In today's speed build video, I'm going to be working on my shopping district. So the shopping district is going to be in this area. This is the area right after my curved land bridge. That was the speed build that I did last time. So this is the whole area that I'm going to be working on. And I'm super excited about this video, and I hope that you guys are too. So let's just get started. I've done all of the terraforming, or most of the terraforming. All I had to do was just extend this space towards the back. And I had nooks in my pocket, so I just placed nooks here. And what I'm actually going to be working on is a vintage post office for nooks. So I don't know if you guys remember, or if you guys have been watching my videos for this long, I wanted to keep nooks as a baby nooks, but I didn't know that selling them stuff, like, you know, your like seashells and like fossils or like any kind of junk, I didn't know that that counted as transactions. Yes, it does. And I was super upset when Isabel one day announced that my nooks is going to get upgraded. And at this point, I really hadn't done anything up to this point. I really hadn't done anything on my island in terms of like decorating it, but I had already unlocked terraforming. So the option was just upgrade it and make it work, or start all over again. And I didn't want to do that because it's actually a lot of work to start over and to get to the terraforming part. So here we are. My nooks is upgraded and I'm just going to make it work. All right, so I hope you guys enjoy this video. Grab a snack, grab a drink. It's not too long, but it is kind of. So maybe grab 2 drinks. But I hope you guys enjoy the video and the music, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. I've moved forward to the next day, so let's take a look at how Nooks is looking once it's all placed. Oh my gosh, I love it. This is the first time I've ever like used the simple panels as like buildings, and I'm so happy that I found this code. So I actually want to talk to you guys about my codes. I've had so many messages on my Instagram and messages here on my videos about my codes. So I'm actually working on a like card inspired by Console Cato. I'm actually working on that. I honestly did not think how much work it would be. It is a lot of work. So I am working on that. I will have that shortly. But if there are any codes that you guys want that I use, please let me know. I mean, I am more than happy to share them. They are a part of the whole community. They're not just like, you know, like they're not just for me. So please, if there's any code that you guys want that I use, let me know. I'll be more than happy to share them. And also, I do also get messages on my Instagram and my videos saying, can I use your builds for inspiration? Yes, 100% yes. That is why I do this. That is why I created my channel, so that I can provide inspiration for you guys to do similar kind of builds, or do even the exact same kind of build on your island. So yes, definitely, if you guys feel inspired by me, by my builds, by my content, definitely go ahead and try it on your own. And honestly, I would love to see how it turns out on your island. So you guys can follow me on my Instagram. It's always tagged in my description, but it's at crossing.StardewILE. So you guys can follow me on there, and I would love to see how you guys recreate this, like anything that I build. It warms my heart and it makes me so happy. But I hope you guys are enjoying this video. After this part, I'm just going to, I wasn't really sure what to do in that space behind, so I was like, you know what, I think it's time to move on. Let's place Able Sisters and let's start working on that. So now I've moved over to the next day. So this is Nooks all completed, and now I'm going to start working on Able Sisters. So as I'm continuing to work here, I just wanted to let you guys know I honestly had no plans for my Able sisters. Like when I started the shopping district, I knew I wanted Nooks to be a vintage post office, and that was super easy for me to do, but I had no idea what to do with my Able sisters. I wanted to do a lot of the sewing like objects and items, I wanted to use a lot of the sewing items, but I did that on StardewILE and I didn't want to do like the same kind of thing. Look at me struggling here with this clothesline. Like why? I just wanted the shirt to face the other way and I just couldn't make it work. So you know what? Let's just stay there. But anyways, like I was saying, I had no plans for Able sisters. I didn't honestly know what I wanted to even do, but I love how it turned out. This space here is sort of just like, you know, a little relaxing picnic area where, you know, the sisters can come and they can enjoy, you know, a day outside, read a book, and just hang out and maybe sew outside. And I made sure to put a stool out by the sewing machine because is it Mabel? Mabel actually doesn't even have a stool inside. Like, give the poor woman a chair, please, Nintendo. That's just so mean. And here I'm just working on the layered blanket look because I just love how those look. And this boat, oh my gosh, my villagers love this boat. I've used it now. This is the third spot that I've used it in, and I've caught them sitting in all three spots multiple times. They love it. They love this boat. Maybe they want to move away. No, they can't. They're lifers. All right, so yeah, so I hope you guys are enjoying the video and leave me a comment down below. Let me know what you guys think of the build so far. And the last part of this video is just this middle plaza area. So I'm just going to be working on that. And of course, what did I do afterwards? I changed it. But all I did was add a baby tree. So you guys will see that, not in this video, but probably in future videos. So I'm just going to continue working on this little plaza area. And just like that, Sudsy Cove's shopping district is done. So here's a quick look at my map, and let's check out the shopping district area. In today's video, I'm going to be working on the space in behind Sudsy Cove Shopping District. So this is the whole space that I have to work with. It's a lot of space, and the plan here is to place Fauna's house, to place Weber's house, and to make a stable and a farm, because Fauna and Weber, they're going to be the people who take care of this farm and the horses. So here I'm working on an angled bridge, only because I don't have enough space to do like an actual transition area. So the bridge is actually going to serve as the transition. And you guys know how much I love angled bridges, so that is what I'm going to do. But first I have to work on moving a couple of trees here, because I tried extending this cliff and it just took up too much space. So I'm just going to get rid of the tree in behind here, and I'm actually going to get rid of all of the trees there because they actually cut off the view of the stable. But anyways, so here I am. Here's the basic shape of the angled bridge. I'm going to go run to resident services and go get the bridge so we can place it, and then continue with the rest of this video. So grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. In this part here, I'm actually just mapping out where the house is going to go. So this is actually going to be Fauna's house. I wanted to make sure that there was enough space on the right hand side for a couple of trees. And then same with like in the middle here. And now I'm just going to be building the cliff up here so that I can make the roof of the horse stable. And I'm actually using the, what are they called? The solar panels. So I'm actually using the solar panels, as the roof of the stable. And here I'm mapping out Weber's house, and then I realized, you know what, it's a little bit too close to the bridge, so I'm just gonna move it over a little bit and then just carry on decorating and getting this build finished. So this area here, I wanted to actually do a mushroom farm for fauna. And I mean, I'm doing it right now, but when I came back to this area, I don't know, I didn't really like it. So I do end up switching it out and adding like a couple of mum cushions and things like that. So I did keep some of the mushrooms in the farm area, but I do change it afterwards. So you won't see me doing that in the video, but you will see it like when I show you at the end, like what it looks like. And so here I am, not realizing that this is not going to line up, and I can't have that. I cannot have it not line up and have like a little walkway in the middle. So I'm going to extend it here. And then do you know what happens? I have to actually push it all one space back. So I had to do that as well because there wasn't enough space, because I wanted to do like this huge dinner table, which is like this huge buffet. So it's kind of like farm to table area here, and fauna takes care of that. So that was my thought process for this. So there just wasn't enough space for all of that. So I had to push everything forward one, like towards her house. But yeah, so I'm overall happy with how it's coming along so far. I hope you guys are too. I hope you guys are enjoying your snack, your drink, and the video. Thank you for staying with me up to this point. So now that Fauna's area is all done, it's time to start working on Weber's house. So he isn't that extravagant. I mean, he doesn't have a farm and he doesn't have this huge dinner table, but he helps out a lot. So I just wanted to give him this cute little yard here and some laundry items to go with the overall theme of the island. So I'm just putting the finishing touches on here. I'm going to time travel because I want all of these weeds to grow in, and they didn't. I'm not quite sure. Okay, so it's all done. Let's take a look at the horse stable and the farm area. In today's speed build video, I'm going to be working on a transition area. So this area where I am standing right now is actually right beside the stable that I worked on my last speed build. So there's the stable, that's Weber's house, and Fauna also lives on the other side. Here's a quick look at my map. Look at how good it's looking so far. I'm so excited. All right, so I'm going to turn on the Island Designer app and I'm going to build a small cliff here. Okay, so this is a transition area. I wasn't really sure what to do in this space because I have like the horse stable and like a small little farm on the right hand side, but I didn't want to keep extending the farm and like here in this spot. I just kind of wanted it to stop at Weber's house, and then I was like, well, what am I going to do in this area? And then I found this gorgeous design here, like with the standees, and it's like this beautiful cottage with this like thatched roof, and I was like, okay, this is it. This is perfect. But the amount of time that this took me to do, I might as well have just either put my house here or like a villager house. Like, I don't know. Do you guys do this? Do you guys spend like so long on some areas and then you're just kind of like, what am I even doing here? So that was what I thought afterwards. But I mean, I love how this little cottage looks. I love this space. And the other thing that I wanted to do in this space is have my path go like on a diagonal and then plant flowers on a diagonal as well. So that is what I end up doing in this video. I'm going to be working on that. I'll show you guys how to make or how to like lay down the diagonal path. So that's what I'm going to do here. So basically you just need the two corners. You need the top right hand corner of your path and you need the bottom left hand corner. And that's it. You just basically alternate those and that gives you this perfect diagonal shaped path. I was going to call it a pond. This perfectly diagonal shaped path. And I love this. I love how this looks. I've seen this on Instagram. So my actual like inspiration for this is one of my Instagram. Not only is she my friend, but she's my partner on Instagram. So thank you so much, Emma, for the inspiration. And yeah, so that's what I'm just going to continue working on here. I've blabbed enough for you guys, I think. Yeah, so that's it. I'm going to stop blabbing. You guys enjoy the video, enjoy the music, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. At first I was going to have my path extend all the way to the front of the little cottage, and then I was like, no way, wait, I have those little steps, like those little stone steps that match this cottage perfectly. So here you can see me, I'm finishing up the path along here, like the diagonal path, and here I had to leave 2 spaces because one space just wouldn't work, like it wouldn't bring me to the cottage area. So I'm just gonna plant a couple of trees, or not trees, sorry. I'm gonna plant a couple of leaves. Oh my God. I'm gonna plant a couple of flowers and lay down some decorations, and then you'll see me kick away the path closer to the little cottage area, and then I'm gonna lay down those little stone steps. And then right here beside the cottage, what I decided to do was to make a little cliff so that I can make a waterfall. I can plant a tree up there and make a little pond on the left-hand side. So where these trees are, I have, like, the plan is to have a little bit of trees planted in that spot, but mostly hardwood trees and my pear trees. And then what I want to do is break into this cliff, because on that left-hand side is actually my secret beach. So this time what I want to do is just I actually want to put a house there and keep the secret beach like on the ground level. So that's my plan so far for Sudsy Cove, but everything changes. So now what I'm going to do in this part of the video is just start decorating. So I've got the flowers and everything down, and now I'm just going to put like furniture items. And here, these trees are just too big and they block the view. So I did grow 2-day-old trees, like the medium baby trees. Look at how cute they are. So I'm just replacing those, and I will eventually replace that fencing, because that one also, it's too high. So I'm going to use, like, you know, the small, I think it's the simple fencing. I think that's what it's called. Those are like the small little ones. So that's what I do end up doing. And yeah, so that's it. This video is pretty much almost done, or at least the decorating part of it is almost done. So something happened with the footage on my capture card, and it didn't actually record me finishing this entire build. So I do apologize for that, but I've moved forward to the next day so it's nice and sunny, and let's take a look at this transition area. in today's video, I'm going to be working on Sudsy Cove's campsite. So I'm actually standing on the campsite right now. It is on my beach and has been since I placed it way back when. And I was going to leave it here on the beach, but then I was like, no, I've got plans for this campsite. So this is the entire space that I have to use for the campsite. And here's a quick look at my map before I get started. So I've reserved this spot here for the campsite because I want to make it into this like massive lake. And then I want to place my campsite on an island in the middle of the lake and have it only accessible by vaulting pole. You guys, look at Fauna here. Look at how sweet she is. Hi. And then look who I run into. Look, like they're so active in this video. They're like everywhere and I love it. But yeah, anyway, so this is me. I am working on the shape of this huge lake. I am going to be rounding it out, and I don't want to make it like a square lake, so I'm going to be playing around with the edge of it, and then we're going to flood it, and then we're going to build the island, and then we're going to place the campsite. So yeah, so I wanted it in the middle as a floating campsite. I only want it accessible by vaulting pole, so it is going to be kind of annoying for me for when I have campsite visitors, but I just wanted to do something different. Like, I'm not saying that there's like, you know, no one else has done a campsite on like a lake or whatever before, or even like on an island, but I don't think I've seen anyone do it with access only with the vaulting pole. So I just wanted to do something a little bit different. But yeah, so I hope you guys enjoy this video. Grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. Okay, so here I realized I'm actually not going to be able to vault over to the campsite because the river mouth is right there. So I'm going to have to make like a jumping off point. So I'm going to have to make like, it wasn't even like a stepping stone. And now that I think about it, I could have just done a stepping stone, but I ended up doing it like that. So it's 4 tiles wide. And I don't love it, but I'm okay with it being there. So here I'm just mapping out how far I can actually go and vault, just so that I have access from basically all 4 sides of this little island, and I can access it from anywhere pretty much with the vaulting pole. So now that I figured out the distance and everything like that, I'm just going to continue shaping the lake because, like I was saying, I don't want a square lake. And then I'm going to map out where the campsite's going to go, and then we can start decorating. I placed down the log stool and that campfire cookware, and then I realized you're not going to actually be able to sit. I can't sit there, so I'm just going to swap those around. So now you can actually sit there, and here I am running over to grab a few more supplies. So this is where I have all of my flowers stored, as you can see, and just going to quickly run back, and then I can plant some of these flowers and just a few more decorations, and then the actual like campsite area is done, and then I can work on the perimeter of the lake. So here's how it's looking so far from that little jumping off point. And now I'm just gonna vault over and show you guys what it looks like. So I'm loving all of the trees. I am gonna make it more lush, and then I just have to decorate and fill in all of the holes and decorate around like the edge where you can't plant any trees. And this actually takes me forever. And I wanted to actually decorate like the beach area in front on both sides, but this video or this build actually took me almost 4 hours, if you guys can believe it, because I ran out of trees. I ran out of the cedar trees. So then I had to grow some more, and oh, it was a scene. But yeah, I ended up getting really tired and it took so long, and then my eyes were hurting. So I'm just going to save the beaches for another day or for another build. You guys let me know. Do you want me to include the beaches in like videos, or do you want me to do them off video so that there's a bit of a surprise when my dream address is released? So yeah, let me know. Leave a comment down below what you guys want to see. You let me know. I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. I basically have just the right-hand side left of this area, and here I am. I'm just filling up the edge of the lake and all of the holes in between, and those cypress plants actually really helped because they look like little trees, so they really helped you know, fill in all of those gaps that were in between the trees. Sudsy Cove's campsite is all complete and I love how it turned out. But before we go and take a look, I want to show you a quick shot at my map and then we'll take a look at the finished campsite. So in today's speed build video, I'm actually going to be working on Dena's house. So this is the whole area that we have to work with, and it's actually right behind my campsite lake. And I already have the incline and her house in my pocket. So I'm just going to go ahead and place the incline. I'm going to pay the little dude, and then let's start terraforming and extending this cliff up here because I kind of terraformed it. And then I was like, I'm going to need some more space. So like over here, I'm just going to extend it as much as I can. I'm not going to use the entire part of it, but I'm just going to extend it as much as I can. And then I can always just break right into whatever I don't use. So that's what I'm going to do in this little part of the video. I normally don't include me terraforming this much because I feel like it's boring, but I'm going to do it in this video. And if you guys think it's boring, you could fast forward to where I start decorating. But if you don't think it's boring and you guys do want me to include more terraforming in my videos or in my speed builds, let me know. Leave me a comment in the comment section. But yeah, so I'm just going to work on her house. She is a music teacher because when you go inside her house, she's got like it set up as if she's a music teacher. So I knew that I wanted her for my island because I love her house. I love the color of her house. I just love her house. Hers and Callie's, I think, are probably one of my favorite houses in this game. But yeah, so anyway, so I wanted to actually make a whole like school for her on her yard. So I'm glad that I left this cliff as it is because this is actually my original cliff from my first map. But yeah, so I've moved over to the next day. We now have the incline in place. Her house is there. I'm going to work on a little bit of pathing and then we can start decorating her school. I'm super excited about this video. I hope that you are too. Grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. So this is the area where I'm going to put the little school desks and the chairs. They're so cute, like the little school chairs and stuff. The little desks have like this bag hanging off of them. They're so cute, but I'm super glad that I was able to fit all of this in here because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do like 4 of them because, you know, with all the trees and flowers and the clotheslines and all of that stuff. But I'm super glad that I was able to fit everything in, and I just love these little desks, and I just think they're so cute. Like, look at the little bag hanging off of it. It's just so adorable. I love it. So I struggled a little bit with my trees and like playing around with different sizes of the trees. You'll see the changes that I made when I like show the final build at the end. And I kind of struggled a little bit with the cliffs over here, but my motto for this island, when in doubt, throw down an old wash tub and throw down a clothesline. You can't go wrong, right? Because that's the whole theme of my island, is just laundry. So, and not only that, but they take up quite a bit of space as well. So I finished with that side. I'm going to work on this cliff, and we are almost done with Dena's school. So I'm just working on the last little final touches of Dena's school, and then we will take a look at the final build. But before we take a look at Dena's school, let's take a look at Sudsy Cove's map. Look at how much we've already done, you guys, but there's so much still left to go. I wonder how long this island is actually going to take me this time. All right, let's take a look at Dena's school. In today's speed build video, I'm going to be working on Aussy's house. So I've decided that he is going to run the vintage bakery on Sudsy Cove, and this is the entire area that I have to work with. I flattened all of this out the other day, and look at how much space that opened up. I don't think that we're going to be using this entire area, but I am definitely wanting to incorporate the secret beach, so I am going to use the two rocks that are on either side. Well, not use them, but like that's where most of the terraforming and stuff is going to be. But I also wanted to place an angled bridge here on the way to Aussy's house, and I decided to use the brick bridge because it matches his door. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'm gonna stop talking so you guys can enjoy the speed build. Grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. And while I was working, look at what appeared, a double rainbow. How beautiful. This is the first time I've ever seen a double rainbow on Sudsy Cove. Okay, so now that I've placed the bridge, now I'm going to work on a little bit of terraforming in behind Aussy's house. And I want to keep that rock in the back there open because I want it to be like a little private seating area. So you can go to the bakery, you can get your baked goods, and then head out to that little rock and sit there in peace and read a book or something. So in this part of the video, I'm going to start working on the bakery, and you'll see me go home through the pipe quite a few times because I was pretty undecided about what furniture items to use here. And then I remembered all of the ironwood items, all of like the ironwood DIYs, and how you can customize them with, like, I think it's called oak, and then it gives you like the white accents. And I was like, hey, this is perfect. It's going to match these simple panels that I have, and then I can use the white espresso machine, which I have just sitting there. And then up here, I wanted to do like a private little balcony seating. And I actually love how this area turned out. Like, I can't believe that I was so nervous about using simple panels like on my old island. And here, look at how many I've used already. I'm so excited. I'm definitely stepping out of my comfort zone on this island, and I hope you guys are enjoying my island and my speed build so far. Let me know what you think. Leave a comment down below. I had to order more of this antique furniture set. I only had this one brown chair, and then I had like a black chair, so I just placed them right now just for like to see how much space that I needed for like the table and for the chairs. So don't mind those. I did definitely order more, but because we can only order like 5 items per day, it took me like 2 days to order enough furniture. Come on, Nintendo, we need to be able to order like way more than 5 items at a time, but I guess it's a way to kind of like slow down the game. I'm not sure. But yeah, so anyways, just so you guys don't think that I'm going to leave it like mismatched like that. So I'm just going to finish up the decorating, add like a few accents here and there, some flowers, some more clotheslines, and then just finish up this build. Aussy's vintage bakery is all done, and look at him. Look at how sweet he is. I think he loves it because look at him just zooming around while I'm trying to film this. All right, so let's just go and take a look at Aussy's bakery. In today's speed build, I'm going to be working on a plaza area in front of my resident services. So this resident services is definitely way smaller than it was on StardewILE, but I want to do like a seating area for my villagers so they can come and relax and take it easy and just enjoy like a lazy Sunday. And look at Fauna in the back. How cute is she? Okay, so here I'm just working on mapping out how much space I actually have in this area, and I want to figure out where like the middle-ish is, because that's where I want to do my seating area. So for me, this is the easiest way to map things out. I just lay down like one tile of custom design and then just walk over them and count them. Let me know how you guys map out and count your spaces. Do you do this as well, or am I the only one? All right, so I'm gonna stop talking. I want you guys to enjoy this video. Grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. So the placement of my carriage and the seating area didn't quite work out. It was a little bit too close to the beach, so I had to move it back a bit because I really wanted that little baby bridge in there, or like this little fake bridge in this area. I had my heart set on it, so I just kind of had to shift everything back and make it work. But I hope you guys are enjoying the video so far, and I can't wait for you guys to see how this area turns out. I think you're gonna love it. So as I'm walking through here, I don't like how I had to plant the fruit trees in front of these baby trees, because you do have to plant fruit trees if you want to keep your trees stunted or like little. And so all I'm going to do here is just swap it out so that the little fruit trees are actually right behind, so you don't really see them. And then what I'm going to do is just add some fencing in between the trees, because I want to force my villagers to walk down like the path and walk down the walkway to get to like the little seating area. So that's what I'm going to do here, is just plant or just place some fencing here. And I think that the spooky fencing looks the best. I tried the wedding fencing, I tried like the simple wooden fencing, but this one actually ended up turning out to look the best. And then I was unsure about placing this pear tree here, because it is like a full-size tree and it does cover up like a lot of what's in the background, but I actually kind of end up liking it in the end, so it stayed. So the plaza area is all done, and let's take a look. But first, can we just take a moment here and appreciate my villagers and how much fun they're having right now? I mean, I just got pushed around twice and they could care less. They are so cute. And look who's visiting. It's Kix. I love him. In today's speed build video, we're going to be working on Poppy's house. I was gonna call her something else right now, but this is the whole area that I have to work with. I'm not gonna be using the whole space, but I did clear it all off so that I could place her house and decorate it and place a bridge and all that kind of good stuff. So I started off here by extending the pathing here. And let me just tell you guys, I filmed this video, I placed her house, I placed the bridge, and then I demolished everything because I hated how it looked. I don't know why, but Poppy's house gave me so much trouble. And even though I did it and I decorated it and the video is done and her house is done, I don't actually like it. I don't know why. Maybe you guys can help me out. Let me know what you guys think of Poppy's house. Leave me a comment down below. Would you leave it? What would you fix? What would you do? So here I'm just terraforming in behind her house. I want to make like a little secret lake here, and I've kept a little bit of a path because I want to actually use the back rocks on this island. I didn't do that on StardewILE, but I do want to do it on this island. So here I am just shaping this little lake, which actually ended up being a little bit bigger than I wanted it to be, just because I couldn't get the shape down properly. But I mean, it is what it is. It's like dead space back here anyways, right? Like the back of the island and these rocks, so whatever. I know it's bad. I shouldn't be like just thinking like this, but like I said, I'm not 100% happy with this build, but it's staying for now, and then we'll see. But I'm gonna stop talking now, sorry. I hope you guys enjoy this video. Grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. So for Poppy's house and her yard, I wanted to make her an apple cider shop / restaurant. So that's what I'm working on now when I placed the stall, and I'm looking for the fruit basket, but then I switch it to the apple pie instead. So I don't know if we can still call this an apple cider shop, but we're going to. We're just gonna call it that. And yeah, so I'm just gonna continue decorating her area, and I hope you guys are enjoying the video so far. And this is where I realized that I don't know if I like her house. Not like for my island, but the way that I'm decorating it. But I'm just gonna continue, gonna move some stuff around, and I want to not that I want to fence her in, but I do kind of want to block her in so that she doesn't have a choice but to leave and use the bridge to leave. So you'll see me closing up the front part of her yard area, and then in the end I do open up another spot so she's not held hostage and only has one way out. She now has two ways out of her house. Poppy's house is all done. Please excuse this space here that I'm standing on right now. I will be doing something. I just wasn't quite sure what to do with it, but let's go check out her house. In today's speed build, I'm going to be working on this area over here. This is in behind Callie's house and right in front of my nooks. And at first I saved this to work on my house or like put my house here, but it's not going to work because my house is too big. So I'm going to put Frobert's house here. But first what I'm going to work on is quite a bit of waterscaping because I want an angled bridge here. And it took me a long time to get this bridge to fit in, but I'm so glad that it did because I love how it looks and I love how angled bridges work, or look rather. But yeah, so like I was saying, at first I wanted to put my house here. It's just not going to work. It's just too big and I don't want it to cover up a lot of, like, you know, the work that I did up on the cliff behind here. So Frobert's house, I actually love his house. It's brown and it's green, which is exactly the theme for my island, or like the colors for my island. But yeah, anyways, enough blabbing. So I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with his house or even like really in this space. And then I was like, it's October. Let's do something spooky. So I'm actually going to make a spooky forest for him. And then he's going to have like a little pumpkin carving area behind his house as well. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this video. It is a little bit longer. Let me know if you guys are okay with like a little bit longer videos, or if you prefer shorter speed builds. Yeah, so just let me know. But grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. So I move forward to the next day and the bridge is in place, and same with Robert's house. So now what I'm going to do is just turn on my Island Designer app because, well, Frobert's a frog, and what do frogs love? They love water. So what I did was, because I didn't want to like decorate this whole space, so I was like, you know what? Frogs, they love water. So I'm just going to give him more water. So I made him like a tiny little lake here. And then I just kept extending the water. And then I'm going to place down my, well, it's not mine, but I'm going to place down the little boat design that I have. Because everywhere that I've placed this design, Roberts sat in that boat and like relaxed for like a good 5-6 minutes. So I'm gonna put the boat like right here where I'm standing so that hopefully he'll come out of his house and just relax on that little boat like he has on the other places that I've placed this boat on this island. So I hope you guys are enjoying this video so far. Let me know what you think of it so far. I'm gonna start placing more trees and then the spooky trees as well, which, oh my god, I don't know if you guys have worked with those spooky trees yet, but they're massive and they're so hard to place and there's so many holes everywhere. So it took me forever to finish this video. And then I got like super tired. Even right now, it's like super late, so I apologize for how I sound, but I'm gonna get this done and I hope you guys love it. So I made this cottage area on my island so long ago. I never actually placed the incline, but I always had the space for it because I wasn't sure if I was even going to put an incline there. But now that I have so many villager houses in this area, I just think that it makes sense just so that they can access the cottage area and then head to the farm as well. So I placed the incline, I've paid it off, and now I'm just going to continue decorating. And I saved this space here for the little pumpkin carving area. So I'm going to put down the knife block and one of the pumpkins. And then I realized I didn't make a cutting board and my pockets are pretty full, so I'll just wait, place a few more things, and then I'll put the cutting board back there. So Fraubert's Spooky Forest is all complete, and I love how it turned out, even though those spooky trees gave me so much trouble. But before we take a look at Fraubert's house, I want to show you a quick look at my map, and then I also want to show you guys this area at nighttime. All right, let's take a look at the Spooky Forest. In today's speed build video, I'm going to be working on Punchie's house. So this whole area here is all going to be on the second level, and I moved all my trees. Look at how many trees I have in my pocket, but I moved most of my trees, and now right here I'm going to start extending this path from my entrance all the way to the staircase over there, which leads us up to Callie's house. And then I'm going to start terraforming so that I can put this whole space here up onto the second tier. So I did record a little bit of me starting my terraforming, so I am going to include that in the video, but most of it was done off camera because it took like almost an hour, you guys. Like, if you can believe that. It's ridiculous. Hopefully with this new update that's coming, maybe we can terraform and waterscape a little bit faster, but I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this speed build. Grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. show you a quick shot of my map so far. Look how nicely it's coming along. And look, there's Punchie. He's already hanging out and loving his new home. So now I'm just going to place the bridge and continue decorating Punchie's area. wanted to keep the color palette white and teal for Punchie's house, because actually Daisy is going to be living up here as well, pretty close to him. I don't know if they're going to be neighbors yet. I did map out a spot for Daisy's house, but I think it's just not going to work in that spot that I've mapped out. But that's why I wanted to keep everything like white and teal so that everything matches their house. And I really, really wish that we had like teal colored flowers, but of course we don't. So I do end up using some blue hyacinths that I have stored on my far beach, and let's just pretend that they're teal, okay? This is where I realized I'm stuck. So I actually had to call rescue services. I think this is like the 4th or 5th time that I've had to call them while decorating my island. Like, can you believe that? But Everything is pretty much done. I'm just going to replace that big Papa Bear once I lay down this blanket. And then Punchie's area is all complete. So let's check out his house. In today's video, I'm going to be working on this part of the beach that I'm standing on right now, and all the way down to my peninsula, and I'm also going to be placing and decorating Daisy's house. So I already have her house in my pocket. I also have an incline in my pocket, so I'm going to place both of those, and then I'm going to start decorating the beach area. So for the beach, or maybe I'll do the path first. I think what I'll do is I'll start the path on the peninsula first, just to get an idea of where I'm going to be placing the decorations that I have for Daisy over here, and then we'll get started on the beach. So the idea that I have for the beach, I just want it to be a walkway. I'm not going to be using any trees or anything like that, so it's just going to be flowers, my path, some butterfly models, and a couple of garden wagons. So here I totally screwed up. Like, why don't they give us a full space on the peninsula over there? Because I wanted to put a tree here, and now I can't. I actually can't put anything there because technically that's 2 tiles of space. Oh, so frustrating. All right, I'm going to stop blabbing, grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. So I put down custom designs where I'm actually going to be planting white mums. I don't actually use white mums on my island, but I did need more white flowers for this beach area, so I'm just in the process of growing them. They should be grown by the time I move forward and Daisy's house is placed and the ramp is placed. So in case you're wondering what I'm doing and why I have those there, that's why. All right, so let's just continue decorating this area. And I hope you guys love this walkway so far. I think it looks super pretty. And now here, I'm gonna start decorating. Okay, so let me tell you something. I wanted to use the wedding arch so bad, and I wanted to actually place it here, but there's only 2 tiles of space here, so I couldn't, and the arch is 3 spaces, so I couldn't. And when I placed it where it did fit, it looked really stupid. And then I was like, oh, but like, you know, when you want to use something and like you have your mind like set on it, but I made it work. So I hope you guys are enjoying the video so far. Leave me a comment down below and let me know what you think. So here I've moved forward and Daisy's house is placed and so is the ramp, and now I can continue working on connecting the path both to her house, to the beach going behind her house, and then to the ramp as well. So I don't have a lot of like space to work with here, but I'm okay with that. I was actually going to place her house right beside Punchie's house up on like this cliff right here. And I was like, okay, their houses are similar. I can use teal, and I want them to be neighbors and make like, you know, like a vintage neighborhood. And that was my initial plan, but then everything changed. So here she is on the peninsula, and I think I love that her house is here, and I love that my peninsula is big enough that I could place a house there. So Daisy's house and the walkway on the beach to her house is all done, and let's go check it out. In today's video, I'm going to be decorating my house. So I've done all of this terraforming here. I want to place an angled bridge here, and then this is where my house is going to go. So I'm going to have all this space to decorate. So let's turn on the Island Designer app so that I can get some waterscaping done and place the bridge. So this video is a little bit long, so I apologize for that, but grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. So once I place these trees over here, I'm actually going to move forward to the next day so that my house is in place and so is the bridge. Look at how good this is looking so far. So now what I can do is just continue decorating. Now that my house is there, I can continue the rest of my path and then just place a whole bunch of clotheslines around my house. So I laid down this path over here because I want to do like a little stream, and I never do that. Like I never plan out my waterscaping. I just kind of go with the flow. Bad pun, I'm sorry. But yeah, I just kind of go with the flow when I do my waterscaping. But for some reason, when I was doing my house, I did this. Like I mapped this out, and I kind of like how I mapped it out. So I tried to do the waterscaping as best that I could. And eventually this little stream is going to lead to my river mouth that is beside Blather's tent right now. So with the waterscaping that I did, that little stream, I have this like awkward big space right here. And I was like, what am I gonna do with this? And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put down a blanket and I'm gonna use the mush table because I absolutely love the mush table. And then at first I was like, should I use a green one? But then there's a lot of green already because the trees are green. So I decided to keep it that brown color and then just add a few laundry items on top of it. So 2 days later and a lot of time traveling and about 3.5 hours later, my house is finally done and let's go check it out. In today's speed build video, I'm going to be working on Blather's tent. So he's not exactly where I want him to be. I didn't realize how quickly I would get the tent, and then I didn't even have a vaulting pole. So I placed him down here, and because he's in a tent, I can't move him. So I'm just gonna make it work. And I don't really want to upgrade him at this point. Like, I'm almost done my island, so there's no point in upgrading him either. So I'm just going to make it work. I'm going to start off with placing my path just so I know how much space I have to decorate everything else. And I'm also going to place my last bridge by the river mouth, and of course it's going to be an angled bridge, so I'm going to work on that as well. So I'm going to stop blabbing. I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. Grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. So I just have a couple of things to place up by where Blather's tent is. So I'll do that in a little bit, but What I want to do now is just work on this beach area. So I'm going to have like a bee study area for Blathers, and then I'll put a kids tent as well for when other researchers come and they do the bee research as well. So I hope you guys are enjoying the video. I actually love how the little apiary turned out, and I hope that you guys do too. And I also hope that these weeds grow in, but with my luck, they definitely won't. So this area is the cliff area right behind Blather's tent, and then that open space right there, I'm actually going to save that for a fossil. You won't see me place the fossil because I still have to go and get it, but when I do the final reveal of Blather's area, that's when you'll see the fossil placed there. So I did move forward a couple of days to see if the weeds would grow in, and some of them did and some of them didn't. So please ignore that. They will hopefully eventually grow in by the time my dream address is released. But let's take a look at Blather's apiary. In today's speed build, I'm going to be working on Sudsy Cove's rock garden. Now, this was a process, you guys, but I love how it turned out. And this is the first time that I used weeds to cover up this space. Normally, I just lay down the path or like any kind of custom design. And I've even used fossils because they're pretty big. So I wanted to try this weed method because it's pretty easy to just plant them and then you just pick them up afterwards. So here I'm mapping out where I want my rocks to spawn, and I know I'm going to have to extend my cliff a little bit, and it's a pretty small area, but it is a part of my flyover. So if you were ever to fly into Sudsy Cove, which you can't really in a dream, so why am I doing this? I'm not quite sure, but I do love rock gardens. I love how they look. So I just wanted to get this done. So it took me a lot of time traveling. I think I ended up in November at one point, a lot of tears, and I had to move some items, but it all worked out in the end. So I'm going to stop blabbing. I hope you guys enjoy this speed build, and grab a snack, grab a drink, and I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. So I actually have a lot of space up here on this cliff and didn't really know what to do with it. So what I'm going to do here is build a cliff and make some waterfalls, and that will cut into all of this empty space that I have right behind the rock garden. And I actually decorated this entire area. I didn't film it. I wasn't even actually sure if I was gonna even decorate it, but I was on a mission to finish this island, so I did end up decorating it. I will show you guys what it looks like in the end once I'm done and once I show you how the rock garden turned out, and I hope you guys enjoy it. So the rock garden is all done, and so is this entire space. So let's go take a look.